Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he did not rest. He started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal GU to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him. It shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fang Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. It's you. You really brought Song Zixing's head. A voice came from the door. Star form land spirit did not appear. He was on guard. Fang Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than word. The door opened slightly again. An attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. It really is Song Zixing's head. The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely. A path made of starlight spread out in front of Fang Yuan. Star form land spirit was at the door. It said to Fang Yuan with utmost sincerity, Star form land spirit welcomes master. Millimeter Fang Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star form blessed land. The whole of star form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle, like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how Hu immortal blessed land only had day and no night. Star form blessed land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim. It could be seen that stellar formland spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no GU immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a GU immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. Bring me around the blessed land. Fang Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue doo-doo, his small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Fang Yuan as his master, stellar form land spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, stellar form land spirit quickly nodded. Master, please follow me. His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Fang Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Fang Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped. The scenery in front of him had changed greatly. Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land. Stellar Form Land Spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Fang Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart GU? Fang Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately replied. Star dart GU was only a rank 1 mortal GU, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from Starlight Firefly GU. Starlight Firefly GU was formed from a portion of Starlight Firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for Star Dart GU, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into Star Dart GU. Star Dart Goose food was the Arrow Bamboo Forest's bamboo juice. The air in the Arrow Bamboo Forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise Star Dart GU. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future. Fang Yuan muttered. He was knowledgeable. He knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the Arrow Bamboo Forest. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wn Xiong left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal Yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Form Land Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the Arrow Bamboo Forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the Land Spirit's lead, Fang Yuan went to the north of the Blessed Land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise Starfire GU and even produce meteorite GU. He went to the center of the Blessed Land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise GU worms. It produced Star River GU. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, Broken Star Lake, Star Fragment Grass Field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These 4 were the 4 pillars of Star Lord Wn Xiong's economy. Star Lord Wn Xiong followed the rules. He mainly sold Star Dart GU, Starfire GU, Meteorite GU, Star River GU and Starlight Firefly GU. When Fang Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Fang Yuan currently only had Guts GU and Regretful Spiders. The remaining Eerie Fire Dragon Python and Dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wn Xiong had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed 1 heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than Hu Immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the Blessed Land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star Lord Wn Seong unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star Lord Wn Seong would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star Lord Wn Seong developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator GU immortals. Even Shalei had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star Lord Wn Seong's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 GU immortals in the 10 great ancient sects. But unfortunately, Star Lord Wn Seong was injured by Song Zi Xing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited Immortal Monkey King Shalei to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8-star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Fang Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Formland Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wn Seong had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wn Seong's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart GU and Starfire GU were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of GU immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The GU immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Xiao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts GU, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not, they could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here, there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star Lord Wn Seong's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Fang Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star Lord Wn Seong's immortal GU were kept in the main hall. Under Star Formland Spirit's lead, Fang Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal GU flying in the air. This immortal GU looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal GU star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks to Master's body. Star Formland Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600. Fang Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path Dao marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal GU recently. He gained over 40. This star mark Immortal GU could actually add over 600 star path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks. I am not a star path GU immortal. Undeniably, This star mark immortal GU was an excellent supplementary immortal GU. Even though Fang Yuan was a strength path GU immortal and had strength path Dao marks, once he activated star mark immortal GU, his body would be covered in a layer of star path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a star path GU immortal. Other than star mark, there were two other immortal GU in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After Star Form Land Spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal GU was Starlight Immortal GU. The second bean sprout immortal GU was called Star Shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two immortal GU were much more useful to Fang Yuan than Starmark Immortal GU. Because Starlight GU was a necessary GU material for refining Wisdom Path Star Thought GU. Now that he had Starlight Immortal GU, he could imitate how Strength Chi Immortal GU refined Airsac GU, refining Star Thought GU on a larger scale and faster. With Starlight Immortal GU, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the Starlight GU. At the same time, using Immortal GU as the base to refine Mortal GU Star Thought GU was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous GU refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced. This way, the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use Starlight Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would need to modify the Star Thought GU's recipe. The second question. Using Starlight Immortal GU would expend Immortal Essence. But with Wisdom GU and the complete Star Thought GU recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the GU recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of Immortal Yuan Stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate Starlight Immortal GU. Starlight Immortal GU was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of Star Thought GU. And Star Shoot Immortal GU was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord WN Xiong. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal GU. Star Shoot Mortal GU were only sold by Star Lord WN Xiong. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord WN Xiong's control and research the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal GU. But even with Wisdom GU's help, Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal GU, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to immortal level, using Star Shoot Immortal GU as the core. It would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fang Yuan learned from Star Formland Spirit. Star Lord WN Xiong had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord WN Xiong sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot GU that Star Lord WN Xiong sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal GU. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse engineer the GU recipe from the mortal Star Shoot GU. Because Star Lord WN Xiong's GU refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these 3 immortal GU were all the immortal GU left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord WN Xiong had a total of 4 immortal GU. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal GU was destroyed in the battle with Song Zi Xing. Fang Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 GU immortals in the 5 regions had immortal GU. Most of them used mortal GU and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 GU immortals had rank 6 immortal GU. For example, the rank 6 GU immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wn Seong who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal GU were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal GU usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most GU immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal GU that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal GU. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal GU wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy GU immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal GU. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal GU self-detonated, Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star Lord Wn Seong was a special case. Because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal GU were preserved. In the end, it benefited Fang Yuan. These 3 immortal GU still had Star Lord Wn Seong's will. But with Star Formland Spirit's help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the Blessed Land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Fang Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wn Seong's first fortuitous encounter. A GU immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star Lord Wn Seong to cultivate and become a rank 6 GU immortal. Star Lord Wn Seong's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star Lord Wn Seong cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan was a Strength Path GU immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path GU, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts GU was a Soul Path GU. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wn Seong died in the end. Everything was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan stayed in Starform Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish. Star Lord Wn Seong had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have Guts GU. Starform Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Goose Food was the fresh flesh of the spinefin star dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal GU, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Starshoot Immortal GU, its food was a large amount of Dark Star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of orthodox GU immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal GU belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal GU could be borne by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose Strength Path Immortal Aperture was dead, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Immortal Aperture, it had Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Soul Path, and Luck Path Immortal GU. To feed these immortal GU, they had to seek help from the outside world. Each time, they had to work hard and were unstable. Fang Yuan's cleansed soul Immortal GU had not been fully fed yet. Be it who Immortal Blessed Land or Strength Path Immortal Aperture, they both lacked Soul Path Tao marks. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, it was impossible. After Star Form Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Fang Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star path immortal GU, 4 trades, and a complete star path inheritance, Fang Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had star form land spirit spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that star form blessed land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He would hide it for as long as he could. Hu immortal blessed land was already exposed, star form blessed land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for Hu immortal blessed land's resources, as well as Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to star form blessed land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Fang Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of GU refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the GU immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face, there was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator GU immortals saw this as a joke. Many GU immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang mountain range. But how could they find him? In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Fang Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many GU masters. Feng Kim Hoang, if you want to duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel. Fang Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Fang Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Thus, Feng Kim Hoang made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Guts GU to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more immortal Yuan stone. Who would complain about having more immortal Yuan stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Hoang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hoang had explored Dream Realms many times, he had sensed the value of Guts GU, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the GU refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hoang made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, he understood another layer of Feng Kim Hoang's intention. Then let's begin, the final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Hoang's gaze flickered, that might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hoang suggested refining River Wave Trace GU as the topic. River Wave Trace GU was a rank 5 Water Path GU worm, it was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace GU, rank 4 Wave Trace GU, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Fang Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path GU worms, this could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal GU house. If he refined River Wave Trace GU, Feng Kim Hoang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining Bloodwalk GU. This was a rank 3 Blood Path GU used for movement. Feng Kim Hoang also rejected it. What a joke, who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in blood path GU refinement techniques, Feng Kim Hoang had no confidence in refining blood path GU worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 fire path GU worm, 5 orifices fire pagoda GU. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the GU according to the GU recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 orifices fire pagoda GU first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately checked the GU refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the GU refinement. Fang Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes, they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the GU master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the GU refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. GU masters could not always gather perfect GU refinement materials when refining GU. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy GU refinement materials in the market, GU masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking GU refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 orifices fire pagoda GU, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single GU worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Fang Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the GU recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 GU recipes, corresponding to rank 1 single orifice charcoal GU, rank 2 twin orifice furnace GU, rank 3 3 orifice firehouse GU, rank 4 4 orifice fire tower GU, as well as the rank 5 5 orifices fire pagoda GU. These 5 GU worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda GU, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal GU. Then use single orifice charcoal GU as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace GU. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda GU was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of GU refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the GU recipe and save on the steps of the entire GU refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda GU in one step. But Fang Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the GU recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom GU in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the GU recipe consumed a lot of time, it was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle, both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's GU refinement. If the GU recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the GU refinement materials, Feng Kim Hoang was inspecting the GU recipe. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the GU recipe, Feng Kim Hoang was carefully inspecting the GU refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the GU at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and GU recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sect. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hoang, while others favored Fang Yuan. There were also two sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane Sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane Sect had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had used Guts Gu as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang's Gu refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fang Yuan relied on his proficient Gu refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hoang, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hoang relied on Immortal Gu to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Fang Yuan, Feng Kim Hoang started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side, her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into two, forming two lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. Two small hands flew out of Feng Kim Hoang's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Hoang's hands were holding the two lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the two small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing. He used two killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hoang came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Fang Yuan. Chapter 861. She used two immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Huan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use two refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Huan, Sun Yarrow, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yarrow, you have to know, this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, Gu masters can attack each other and disturb their Gu refinement. Qin Huan explained patiently. It can be like this. It is already very difficult for me to refine Gu normally. But now, I have to be disturbed while refining Gu. Oh heavens. Sun Yarrow covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Huan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our Gu worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new Gu in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining Gu, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior Sister Sun Yarrow, you also know. During the process of refining Gu masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining Gu in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, Senior Sister Jin Huang used two refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the Gu worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other Gu master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the Gu refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Fang Yuan suddenly attacked eldest Senior Sister Jin Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to Senior Sister Qin Huan's explanation, Sun Yarrow finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fang Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fang Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path GU refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path GU immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane Sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword Immortal Bo Qing was a member of the Fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yarrow used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jioge. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioge was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge, it was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack. What a pity. Feng Kim Hoang sighed inwardly. One of the two flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fang Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the GU refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yarrow anxiously shouted, her tone was filled with disgust towards Fang Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Huan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood, so first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves, it was actually a trap to lure Fang Yuan to attack her. Once Fang Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this. Sun Yarrow's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Huan's expression turned solemn, I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yarrow, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The two sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yarrow nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of GU immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hoang. But in the contest for who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hoang down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yarrow and Qin Huan could not come into contact with all the details, even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Fang Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hoang was defeated by Fang Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hoang trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young GU master of this generation? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan had already become a GU immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hoang had Dream Wings Immortal GU, he had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hoang had already matured a lot, he understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Fang Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Fang Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hoang's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hoang used 2 killer moves, Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hoang's GU refinement speed was still slightly faster than Fang Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Fang Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used GU refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. GU refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of GU refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Fang Yuan's GU refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Huan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many GU refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Fang Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient, Sun Yarrow said in admiration. No. Qin Huan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends prime Val essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fang Yuan is only using basic GU refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the GU refinement later. Ah, it's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Huan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yarrow felt dizzy. Junior sister Sun Yarrow, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Huan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using GU refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hoang felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started, both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal GU. According to Feng Kim Hoang's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hoang could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had GU immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hoang was already used to it. Feng Kim Hoang's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using GU refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hoang. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Kim Hoang feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fang Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hoang to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hoang's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hoang feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hoang refined GU as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a refinement path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started. As time passes, Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using refinement path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fang Yuan in terms of GU refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of refinement path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the GU refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and refinement path killer moves could be used, soul and mind-related methods such as soul-nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hoang, The goal was to prohibit Fang Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Hoang's action was to restrict Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Kim Hoang flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Fang Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Fang Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But such an important position, how could a cautious person like Fang Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, the fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Hoang's attack was blocked by Fang Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hoang attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hoang made a mistake this time. How could Fang Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Fang Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hoang used a refinement path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other refinement path killer moves? Fang Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hoang as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hoang. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say, this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Fang Yuan did not restrain himself. He continued to refine the Gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hoang attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second refinement path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her Gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Fang Yuan in the dust. Without Fang Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Hoang's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light, a layer of shackles was removed from her mind, her Gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time, he could only use rank 1 Gu. The second time, he could use rank 2 Gu. And so on. The 5th time, he could use rank 5 Gu. Similarly, when defending, he could only use Gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The giant hand pressed down, Feng Kim Hoang would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hoang had Gu immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal Gu, and the Gu immortal's emotions or will. If Fang Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time, he really used a refinement path killer move, advance together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Sun Yaro shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the Gu refinement results. Qin Huan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fang Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hoang. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all, he did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hoang. Fang Yuan was still using his Gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal Gu one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hoang had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hoang used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hoang took the initiative to attack Fang Yuan, and while Fang Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hoang already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of GU refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hoang's GU refinement speed had already surpassed Fang Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse GU. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace GU. Looking at Feng Kim Hoang's triumphant progress, leaving Fang Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fang Yuan doing? Sun Yarrow giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Qin Huan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yarrow's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fang Yuan is only defending, he has not attacked yet. Don't tell me, my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hoang could not understand Fang Yuan's performance, she could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hoang's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse GU was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hoang's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, he sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a GU worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack, he suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Hoang's attention was immediately attracted, her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the GU. You are finally starting to attack. But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hoang was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing, Feng Kim Hoang, you need to be careful. This GU worm of mine is a rank 1 Ghostfire GU. Feng Kim Hoang squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought, it is definitely a rank 1 GU worm. According to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack, he can only use rank 1 methods. But Ghostfire GU might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the GU worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, GU worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the GU worm in his hand. Once this GU was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hoang. It really is Ghostfire GU? Feng Kim Hoang was slightly stunned. Right at this time, Ghostfire GU suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hoang. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 Ghostfire GU. Feng Kim Hoang's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 Ghostfire GU was a piece of cake. When the Ghostfire GU rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attack. However, the moment the Ghostfire GU got close to Feng Kim Hoang, it suddenly stopped. Then, the Ghostfire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hoang, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hoang was secretly shocked. What is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the GU Master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the Ghostfire GU did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hoang would not be able to defend against it. The process of the Ghostfire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 Ghostfire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hoang was extremely intelligent. She quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yarrow was filled with indignation. Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine GU peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Huan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic, it is not shameless. Damn it. Feng Kim Hoang's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the GU refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hoang, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it. Because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire GU, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention, he wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hoang looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used GU refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy, it was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh, you don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. He. Fang Yuan laughed. Then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire GU. Feng Kim Hoang, look carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire GU. Fang Yuan said plainly. Different from Feng Kim Hoang's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Hoang's style. Feng Kim Hoang's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hoang, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire GU, it was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hoang had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine GU. Soon, Feng Kim Hoang could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the GU refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The GU worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity. That GU worm only lacks the final 3 step. Sun Yarrow stomped her feet in anger. Qin Huan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yarrow looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Huan pondered, if it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage, as long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But cancelling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hoang was also having the same thought. Cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Fang Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the 3rd time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these 2 ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hoang always had pride in their bones, they were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Hoang's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart turned cold. Fang Yuan was wearing a sinister mask, his gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask, there seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Hoang's heart shook. This is Fang Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the 3rd time, Fang Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it. Feng Kim Hoang gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang! While Feng Kim Hoang was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hoang quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yarrow cried out in alarm. Demon Fang Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the GU refinement and made a mistake. Failing the GU refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Huan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, "This is also a good thing." Sun Yarrow didn't understand and angrily mumbled, "Senior sister Qin Huan, what are you saying? Senior apprentice sister made a mistake in the GU refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured?" Because the fire in her hand extinguished two of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now, she had the strength to spare. "We can calmly deal with the current situation," Qin Huan analyzed. Sun Yarrow slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh, right. He. Fang Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hoang heard Fang Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Fang Yuan take out the third GU worm. Fang Yuan continued, "Look closely, this is a rank 3 Ghostfire GU." In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hoang. Damn it. Sun Yarrow stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Huan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yarrow gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining GU properly and is spending all his attention on the will-o'-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil. I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hoang fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Fang Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hoang knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Fang Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hoang wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 will-o'-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hoang. Feng Kim Hoang was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Fang Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-o'-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hoang that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Fang Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hoang started refining 4 orifices Fire Tower GU, not long after, Fang Yuan also started refining 4 orifices Fire Tower GU. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hoang shocked. When did Fang Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible. He has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this. Fang Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hoang. The GU masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable. This demon Fang Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using GU refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hoang. These were people who overestimated Fang Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Fang Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yarrow was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Fang Yuan? Senior sister Qin Huan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. GU refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Ah. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the GU masters themselves. The GU refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fang Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support. The GU refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Huan sighed. This is all Fang Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda GU, and he agreed without hesitation. But the GU recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yarrow looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hoang. Then, he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yarrow's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up, she has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Huan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance. Sun Yarrow turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Huan in pleasant surprise. Qin Huan nodded. That's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger. This is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet. There is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yarrow's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hoang. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hoang could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement path killer move ink transformation. Feng Kim Hoang shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hoang staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fang Yuan blocked all these attacks. At the same time, he sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hoang extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. HMPH, expose GU, go. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 GU worm flew out. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hoang was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but exposed GU detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of ink transformation killer move? Under Feng Kim Hoang's incredulous expression, ink transformation killer move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hoang's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire GU refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hoang raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the GU formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Fang Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hoang had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine GU again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices Fire Pagoda GU, he would obtain victory. But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete GU worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Fang Yuan was stunned. This? Chapter 864. Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Fang Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 GU's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough GU refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hoang had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hoang was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hoang looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hoang chose the second option. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hoang first handed an information path GU worm to Fang Yuan. The GU worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Cranegate, the owner of who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan, would establish a Guts GU trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fang Yuan would prioritize the supply of Guts GU to Spirit Affinity House. Even Cranegate would have to wait. Lord Fang Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Cranegate elder came to Fang Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh! Fang Yuan was surprised, then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Fang Yuan with a deep gaze. Fang Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Fang Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Cranegate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Fang Yuan was opposing Cranegate and had some other background, just based on Fang Yuan's GU refinement attainment, it was enough to move Cranegate. Fang Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Fang Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh, is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fangjing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fangjing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fangjing. This is an order from the celestial court. You might not understand the weight of the two words celestial court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the celestial court. How could Fang Yuan not understand the power of the celestial court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the celestial court than He Fengyang. Of course I know about the celestial court. But the celestial court actually wants to get rid of Fangjing. It actually wants to get rid of a mortal so seriously. Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Fengyang, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan shrugged. He Fengyang sighed, I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fangjing alive, the final outcome would be Hu immortal blessed land being attacked and absorbed by the celestial court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fangjing to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Gu, and could not link the celestial court and Fangjing together. He looked at He Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fangjing to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Hu immortal blessed land. He. He Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the celestial court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fangjing in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tensuru's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate. He is quite capable. Fang Yuan became silent. He Fengyang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since He Fengyang left, Fang Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fangjing to the back of his mind. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Kim Hoang gave him. Fairy Lian Xiong. What Fang Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiong was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yarrow was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Kim Hoang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiong was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desolate Yin physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many GU immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method. To him, it was not feasible. Even though he had Blood Skull GU. It could raise a GU master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Fang Yuan's role model. But Blood Skull GU was only a mortal GU. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fang Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise Blood Skull GU to immortal GU, it will be useful to me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal GU to raise my first aperture to Guyue Desolate Yin physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise Blood Skull GU to immortal GU, I need to deduce the immortal GU recipe of Blood Skull GU. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Hoang's information, Fairy Lian Xiong's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 GU immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several GU immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiong might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation, the latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Fang Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort, the risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fang Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Dang Hun Palace's prison. He saw Fang Jing, who was imprisoned inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Jing shouted angrily, his gaze was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, "What, you still haven't thought it through?" Fang Jing shouted, "Even if there is a reason, Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit, you are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you, I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise, I will forever be your enemy." "Oh, my good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case." Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, he suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fang Jing. Soul Search. Fang Jing's body shook, he could not move, he wanted to scream but could not, his throat seemed to be blocked, his expression was filled with pain. Fang Yuan searched Fang Jing's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fang Jing is such an ordinary Gu master, why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that He Fengyang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had fate immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited, he could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fang Jing's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fang Jing or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals, as long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish, he could still escape, he could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Jing, as well as the spirit incubating flea, Master Tensuru's soul was inside. Fang Jing had clearly been tortured, he had gone through many terrifying tortures, not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fang Jing could still feel the dog limb, he could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down, but He Fengyang only glanced at him, he did not say anything, he said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now, fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." He Fengyang slowly made his move, under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fang Jing on the spot, not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tensuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fang Jing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fang Jing, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now, he is completely dead, not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn." He Fengyang said slowly. "Lord." Master Tensuru cried. Chapter 865. Now, I can confirm that He Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me. Fang Yuan had a realization. He Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to Feihe Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Feihe Mountain? It was where Crane Gate's mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan pondered over He Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kim Hoang, Fang Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Guts GU transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane Sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path GU immortals. For example, Bo Ching, Feng Joga, and others, they were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Fang Yuan. Thus, He Fengyang's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. Fengzheng's matter should be true. He Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Fang Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Fang Yuan. To him, if Fang Yuan detained Fengzheng, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Danghun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sects. As for which ancient sect it was, it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's GU immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back, without Danghun Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of He Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore, He Fengyang told Fang Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now, I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan sighed. In fact, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously, he had ignored Feng Kim Hoang's challenge. Later on, he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Fang Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Guts GU itself. Fang Yuan snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which caused Feng Kim Hoang to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dream Wings Immortal GU. And it was because Feng Kim Hoang used Dream Wings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Guts GU. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Fang Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot. That's right, Fang Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Fang Yuan, because of this duel, his situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course. Once the secret of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Zhenyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Fang Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hoang, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts GU and Dream Wings Immortal GU, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all GU immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hoang, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunsheng came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Fang Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location, Don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth chi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded and said goodbye to Fang Yuan, using a stargate to go to Northern Plains. After Fang Yuan obtained star form Blessed Land, his Starlight Firefly GU reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guo Fangjing again. Wasn't Guo Fangjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guo Fangjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was called back by Fang Yuan, used man as before immortal GU and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal GU like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangjing was truly dead. If it were any other GU immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal GU, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 GU immortals or Renzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fang Yuan threw an information path GU worm to Fangjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look, this is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fangjing screamed, but he still took this information path GU worm. This GU worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fangjing, as well as the conversation with Master Tensuru's soul. After Fangjing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path GU worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible. This is all fake, you faked it. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. You lied to me, unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But, now is not the time." Fang Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door, the secret room fell into darkness again. Fangjing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fangjing's matter, Fang Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true GU refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Kim Hoang obtained 6th place. And Fang Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yu Mu Chun. In this match, Fang Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yu Mu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hoang had Dream Wings Immortal GU, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fang Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yu Mu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yu Mu Chun was dressed like Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yu Mu Chun was indeed very strong, But Fang Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained second place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it, they only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing GU refinement methods, they still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine GU. If he refined a rank 6 immortal GU, this success Dao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form immortal GU. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal GU, he had been gathering GU refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of GU refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal GU could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials, his accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts GU trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, Truyong Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. "Master, master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence, he spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yu Mu Chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yu Mu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yu Mu Chun got first place, the hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yu Mu Chun. After the convention ended, Yu Mu Chun entered Truyong Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way, he suffered a lot, he was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier, how did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What GU worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. "If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again." The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair, "Master, please have pity on me, please wait." Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yu Mu Chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, master, you are finally willing to see me." Yu Mu Chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Hundwari. A few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, The hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yu Mu Chun's leg. Master, master. Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance. After breaking through the shackles, his Ji-Yu refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain. Deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yu Mu Chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duo Yi's head. Hehe. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men. His mind was clear. However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this. Disciple will remember. The hairy man Ben Duo Yi nodded rapidly. Yu Mu Chun snorted lightly. Ben Duo Yi quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. Master Yu Mu Chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple. Please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart, you even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you. Yu Mu Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo Yi, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You are a hairy man, but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this. You need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today, you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Yu Mu Chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Ben Duo Yi shouted. Oh no. Suddenly, his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yu Mu Chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yu Mu Chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duo Yi, our fate has come to an end. Today will be the last time we meet. Now, I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift. Watch carefully. In the sky, Yu Mu Chun's voice came. Ben Duo Yi hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fang Yuan looked up, the blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his head, he retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin, it was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now, the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fang Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu immortal blessed land. Now, to refine change form immortal Ji-Yu, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal Ji-Yu refinement can finally begin. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Fang Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal Ji-Yu a secret, he did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark, they did not know anything. Star form blessed land had already closed its doors long ago. The blessed land itself was deep in Earth abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth abyss was not known to anyone yet, it was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal Ji-Yu was not easy to begin with, it was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a Ji-Yu immortal's Ji-Yu refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal Ji-Yu required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fang Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal Ji-Yu, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement, Fang Yuan made a mistake? Thus, star form blessed land was a quiet and reliable environment for Ji-Yu refinement, he needed it. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan failed the GU refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fang Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames, the temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm, central continent, Truyong mountain range. Ben Duo Yi had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yu Mu Chun would give him a final lesson. He would at most teach him some unique GU refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yu Mu Chun stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling. Yu Mu Chun's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yu Mu Chun say slowly, Ben Duo Yi, open your eyes for the final lesson. How much you can absorb will depend on your luck. Alright, watch me refine an immortal GU now. Immortal GU. Ben Duo Yi's heart shook, his mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal GU? He stammered, he could not understand, he was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yu Mu Chun go so far? Even if Ben Duo Yi was not skilled in GU refinement, he knew that refining immortal GU was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak, they had to calm their mind, they had to research and deduce the immortal GU recipe countless times. But Yu Mu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyong mountain range and traveled in the mountains. He did not rest at all. And he was refining GU here? Truyong mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to GU refinement, even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now, Ben Duo Yi was very worried. What if the GU refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, GU immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zi Xing, many GU immortals in Truyong mountain range were searching here, trying to find Song Zi Xing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down, on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yu Mu Chun did not care about Ben Duo Yi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind, the mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star form blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous qi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously, he had already set up layers of GU formations around him. These poisonous qi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood, he suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. Here, Master. At the next moment, Star Formland Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal GU, Star Formland Spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant, it was very unique. In the past, Fang Yuan had obtained a bitter shell, he pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare, 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer, they were excellent materials for refining immortal GU. The bitter shell in Fang Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black, There were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal GU was very important. All immortal materials had to be checked. But Fang Yuan had already checked many times. He could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fang Yuan was refining GU now. He did not need to check the immortal materials while refining GU. He could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fang Yuan did not move. He carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable. It was extremely terrible. Fang Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the GU refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fang Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell, after a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick. The intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fang Yuan's expression became more solemn. Twin Ice Hearts, the hairy man Ben Duoyi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 GU master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Mu Chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Mu Chun took out was the size of a washbasin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of two heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material. It could be used to refine rank 6 immortal GU. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal GU. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the GU refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what GU he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material. It showed that Master Yu Mu Chun had made preparations. He did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duoyi thought, Yu Mu Chun was here. In the wilderness, refining a precious immortal GU in front of everyone. Should he say that Yu Mu Chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duoyi could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu Chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yu Mu Chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duoyi, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duoyi. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yu Mu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duoyi's worries, Yu Mu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot. Why do we hairy men have the talent for GU refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of GU refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the GU refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this. Yu Chun continued, for example, when humans refine GU, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the GU refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. GU masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing GU is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the GU worm. Why does this GU worm need to be fed with such food? Between the GU worm and the food, there are countless GU recipes. As for using GU, it is to experience the Tao marks on the GU worm. GU refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the Tao marks. When refining GU, one should be in nature, because this world was the place with the most Tao marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine GU. If we can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine GU. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine GU? Ben Duo-yi stared with wide eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo-yi had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yu Chun laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo-yi, you are learning human GU refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man GU refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yu Chun, please be merciful and teach me hairy man GU refinement techniques. Ben Duo-yi shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. It might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding GU worms when I was 3. When I was 10, I only had to touch GU worms, and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign GU worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 GU, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining GU in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural GU refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural GU refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below, I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Tao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine GU. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 immortal GU. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 immortal GU, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duo-yi's heart shook intensely. Yu Chun's GU refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 immortal GU was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 immortal GU was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yu Chun refined rank 6 immortal GU, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 immortal GU, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural GU refinement technique. But Ben Duo-yi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed GU worms. At 10, he touched foreign GU worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Tao mark fragments of GU worms and all living beings in the world. When Yu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 GU. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path. He gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural GU refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yu Chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duo-yi, who was by himself. GU immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even GU immortals could not do it well. Most GU immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path, he only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yu Mu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing. He started to refine GU. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duo-yi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining GU worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yu Mu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duo-yi would scoff at it. But Yu Mu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duo-yi was petrified, his eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Star Form Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the GU formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This GU refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If GU immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fang Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of grey fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again, they would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunder stone drum, and wind grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air, with a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using Jiyu worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path Jiyu refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell wak. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Jiyu immortal Yu Mu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yu Mu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead-like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yu Mu Chun was a little surprised. He praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo Yi suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo Yi knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine Jiyu. He was a mortal Jiyu master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even Jiyu immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yu Mu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead. Ben Duo Yi suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yu Mu Chun replied. Ben Duo Yi's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a Jiyu immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yu Mu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal meta stones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The nearby mountains started to shake, the sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duo Yi panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These two types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks, they were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duoyi found that the place Yu Mu Chun chose to refine Gu was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine Gu? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duoyi found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing, a great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yu Mu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come. He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python, one of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yu Mu Chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain, his 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now, less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoiseshell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Starform land spirit started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rock men, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, more, more. Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side, he struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a GU from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal GU, success. Central continent, Truyong mountain range. Ben Duoyi sat on the ground, muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yu Mu Chun kept the refined immortal GU in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path GU worm to Ben Duoyi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance, it is for you. You can learn the natural GU refinement method, but if you are not a GU immortal, you cannot use it to refine GU. Because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yu Mu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duoyi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Chapter 869. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal GU Starlight. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal GU. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone, it was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many GU formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their GU worms to absorb the incoming starlight, before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, Star Thought GU were refined one by one. These Star Thought GU flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine GU for days without rest. After using Starlight Immortal GU, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase Starlight GU and use it as the main material to refine Star Thought GU. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using Starlight Immortal GU required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of Starlight GU, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved Star Thought GU recipe was also safer. GU refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining GU. After Fang Yuan sent the Starlight GU, he did not leave, he observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current Star Thought GU recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the GU refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of Star Thought GU was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit, unless my Star Path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better Star Thought GU recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate Star Path. His Star Path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his Star Path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of Star Thought GU can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal GU, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, He also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy manslaves to refine GU for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other GU immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self, and 3-star path GU worms, he had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star-Lord Wn Xiong. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. For GU immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was immortal essence and immortal yuan stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under Hei Lolan's management. She used her immortal GU strength to provide GU refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of Airsac GU were refined, they were loaded with Guts GU and sold to Central Continent's forces, to Jewel Yellow Skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining Airsac GU was much higher than refining Star Thought GU. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of Guts GU. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of Guts GU to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for Guts GU increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of Airsac GU. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, Hei Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from GU immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent GU immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Sigh. Hei Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Hei Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains GU immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang mountain range. How can we find him? You are right. Hei Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. Hei Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. Hei Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. she was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After Hei Lolan's investigation, she found out, the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts gu, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, Hei Lolan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, Hei Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wn Xiong's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell Hei Lulan that he had already become the owner of star form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if Hei Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if Hei Lulan found out about this and asked Fang Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, Hei Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yu Mu Chun refined the immortal Gu, he went deep into True Yang mountain range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo Yi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day, at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path Gu worm and threw it in front of him. The Gu worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yu Mu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yu Mu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yu Mu Chun could not help but frown, saying, using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious. Song Zixing cough cough, there is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, as a hairy man Gu immortal, Yu Mu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Yu Mu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yu Mu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yu Mu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. Hihi, I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal Gu? Millimeter, after expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural Gu refinement method, the Gu refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yu Mu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yu Mu Chun's sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yu Mu Chun said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yu Mu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh, right. Yu Mu Chun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the GU master world. It was like ancient China, people used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them, even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yu Mu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yu Mu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path GU immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival. What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Zhengzhou state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yu Mu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yu Mu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yu Mu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yu Mu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yu Mu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yu Mu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, This, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal GU recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yu Mu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die, the important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. Millimeter, I know, don't worry. Central continent, Hu immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth GU in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was Hu immortal blessed land's second whole earth GU. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of Airsac GU carrying Guts GU were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 immortal Yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang, the true value was not the immortal zombie revival method that Feng Kim Hoang provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hoang took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal Yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal Yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal GU. The immortal GU recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal GU materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal GU. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan, they naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these two transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal Yuan stones. He had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the GU refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal Yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence, it was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses, he could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the Guts GU orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests, it could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal Yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest, and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Starform Blessed Land's secret help, Star-Lord WN Xiong's GU worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal Yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal Yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form Immortal Gu into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's recipe. Different from the ancient Gu recipes, the Gu recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used Gu refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort Gu. After failing once, all-out effort Gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen, others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. Yu Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname. A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using Gu worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. Dan Yu! Dan Yu! The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name, the voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King. Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. What? You actually still have strength left. Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. Yu Fei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach, his entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose. Killer move, strong blade wind slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. Two translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these two wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense qi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. This is. Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists, we will fight for 300 round. Yu Fei shouted, his body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free, he subconsciously activated his defensive GU worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head, his long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip, his sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang! The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow, the pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 great windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape, using the recoil force to move backwards. His head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together, like a windmill. They rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move, his entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos, he was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left, he smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei, he is our clan's new king. Yay! I finally became the Featherman king, I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yu Fei, Yu Fei." The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage. No, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of Yu Fei, Yu Fei. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply. So painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Dan Yu was pulled out of the ground by the healing GU masters. He was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman GU immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman king. He looks quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. Hehehe, he is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman king for some time, he should become more stable. The three GU immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman king had already been elected, he would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch! 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 Yu Fei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look, this. The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman GU immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. GU Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic, it was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time, they lived a peaceful life, it was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly, we love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The 3 Featherman GU immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent, most of them looked at their leader. This GU immortal leader was a thin old man, he was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, his forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old GU immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the 3 Featherman GU immortals, before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. Begin the attack. The old GU immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord White Sea Shatuor. The other GU immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 Featherman GU immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, 1 Featherman GU immortal died and 2 were injured, they could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal GU house. Because of the power of the immortal GU house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Shatuor's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from White Sea Shatuor's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the immortal GU house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable, let's break out. The Featherman GU immortal Zhu Zhong suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy, without this immortal GU house, how can we break out? Another Featherman GU immortal, Zheng Ling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 GU immortals, now that one had died, only rank 7 GU immortal Zheng Ling and rank 6 GU immortal Zhu Zhong were left. Lord Zheng Ling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhu Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, They will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Zheng Ling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhu Zhong with tears in his eyes. "You're right, I was foolish." Zhu Zhong consoled him. "Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too." Zheng Ling furrowed his brows. "Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way." Zhu Zhong immediately expressed his support. "That's right, let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's wish." Thus, an hour later, the remaining feather men were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. "I wish for my feather men to survive. I'm willing, the feather men of my race will be free. I wish for our feather men to have a world." Tens of thousands of feather men roared in unison. Under Zhu Zhong and Zheng Ling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. "Lord White Sea Shatuto, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it?" The female GU Immortal Tang Yang Ran asked. "It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this Immortal GU house. They can't be taken away." White Sea Shatuo explained faintly before ordering the others. "Don't stop attacking. Just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape." Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai by Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng. This was the first time. Only when the GU Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the GU Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the GU Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the GU Immortal. GU Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the GU Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai by Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai by Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with Northern Plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai by Paradise had been managed well by Tai by Yunsheng. There was no need to mention the floatball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai by Yunsheng had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for GU Immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai by Yunsheng's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge GU. Tai by Yunsheng's second source of income was floatball tea grass. Every season, Tai by Blessed Land would produce a large amount of floatball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai by Yunsheng. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai by Yunsheng had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive, it had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai by Yunsheng received from helping other GU Immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal GU as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal GU will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of cloud path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai Bai Yunsheng stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai Bai blessed land would gain more cloud path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu immortal blessed land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the blood path earthly calamity, increasing the number of blood path Dao marks in Hu immortal blessed land. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, fire path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, wisdom path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, water path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Fang Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the cloud path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence. He consoled, "In this tribulation, I have already used the immortal killer move time aid luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want." Speaking of which, time aid luck immortal killer move, during this period of time, Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of wisdom GU. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly sensed something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunsheng started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth chi were moving, small amounts of heaven chi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. "I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth." The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunsheng fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The featherman Jiu immortal Zhu Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. White Sea Shatuor had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal Jiu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly flying over, the featherman Jiu immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. "Oh no, this is a human Jiu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here." Zhu Zhong also had a shocked expression. "How can this be? Won't we still have to face GU immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of?" Zheng Ling laughed loudly. "If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish, although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment World, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack!" Zheng Ling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was an immortal killer move. Zheng Ling was venting his anger. He could not get back at White Sea Shatuor. He vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai by Yunsheng behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad Self First Style, Giant Hand. Rumble. The Strength Path giant hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Zheng Ling and Zhu Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The two Featherman GU immortals knew that they had met their match. Zheng Ling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with White Sea Shatuor and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhu Zhong, his situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier, I have offended you, please forgive me. Zheng Ling shouted, we have our difficulties, we had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 Strength Path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The Featherman GU Immortal Zheng Ling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? GU Immortal Zhu Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other GU Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These two Featherman GU Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai by Yunsheng. Tai by Yunsheng had immortal GU landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The two Featherman GU Immortals did not know about landscape as before, that was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the two Featherman GU Immortals alive. But this was Tai by Blessed Land's tribulation, it was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai by Yunsheng was a good person, he had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak, he looked at Tai by Yunsheng. The two Featherman GU Immortals also looked at Tai by Yunsheng, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the 4 figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai by Yunsheng's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Dan Yu, he did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing GU Immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai by Yunsheng had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster, Tai by Yunsheng did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai by Yunsheng released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai by Yunsheng was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course. Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal GU landscape as before, you are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of floatball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal GU landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before, the gains from these resources are small, even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these feather men, they can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these feather men, they can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Tao marks. They are good at flying, the elites of the feather men are almost all flying masters. But these two featherman GU immortals. They cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Tao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two featherman GU immortals were injured, they did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open the entrance, these feathermen would be trapped. Once these two featherman GU immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai blessed land. This was a very rare situation. The GU immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth chi. Like back then, when Fang Yuan took away Star Lord Wn Xiong's corpse, he went deep into Earth Abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth chi, a small amount of heaven chi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in Earth Abyss. If the featherman GU immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai blessed land, they would need to absorb heaven and earth chi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai blessed land was different from the 5 regions, it was controlled by Tai Bai Yunsheng, heaven and earth chi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed, all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Tao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai Bai blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Tao marks were extremely precious, the cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai Bai Yunsheng destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Tao marks of these two featherman GU immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth." Tai Bai Yunsheng had a stern expression, he made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him. "Wait. This is a rare opportunity, how can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai Bai Yunsheng not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two featherman GU immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these feathermen mortals as our slaves." The GU immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have GU immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two featherman GU immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe. Purebred humans were usually more united. Dongfang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, they had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts, they did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions, they were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving, they were ostracized and suppressed by humans, there were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale, there were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage, while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 GU immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal feather men. They had a firm attitude. Fang Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals. Fang Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Fang Yuan's words. You group of feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason. This is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave. Chimph, how can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you anytime. How could these 2 featherman GU immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of immortal GU House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, GU Immortal Zhu Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to GU Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered. It will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhu Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunsheng was furious. You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you anytime. He looked like he was old but young at heart. He had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the 2 featherman GU immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Zheng Ling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fang Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The 2 of them, Zhu Zhong was the good guy while Zheng Ling was the bad guy. They had a tacit understanding. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of feathermen? Fight, fight, I can deal with them anytime. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's tacit understanding did not lose to the other 2. On the ground, the feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless. This was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, enough. Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves. This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like GU immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King. You need to consider the entire race. You are mocking GU immortals like this. Are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it, damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth. His fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. GU immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating astronomy. Chapter 874. Zheng Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunsheng rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think, we want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this? Let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, "I will take care of you in minutes." If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunsheng's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunsheng was an imposter. Zheng Ling and Zhu Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunsheng was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman GU immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed. They felt Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunsheng, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence, he is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated, we need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him, let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman GU immortals analyzed seriously, they even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhu Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of GU immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhu Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal Feathermen first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhu Zhong and Zheng Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite, they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge GU. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, GU Immortal Zhu Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunsheng was sent to fight, the latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhu Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude, he was a variant human after all, his intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhu Zhong had misgivings, he did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What, you only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunsheng was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is, are you going to renege on it? I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunsheng was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunsheng only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the Feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement, They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal yuan stone. Zhu Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunxing in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunxing received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman GU immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger GU immortal Zhengling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, "Let's compete in speed as well." Zhengling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zhengling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhu Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman GU immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman GU immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods. But it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yunxing was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman GU immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Sigh, humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human GU immortal invaders earlier. With our Sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human GU immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman GU immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only 1 duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yu Fei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman GU immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a GU immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a GU immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a GU immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack. You defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Zhengling and Zhu Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Zhengling and Zhu Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman GU immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zhengling also took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak, he was 1,000 steps away from Zhengling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Zhengling ruthlessly. Zhengling suppressed his intention to dodge. He gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the fourth duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhu Zhong shouted happily. Next, it is time for us to attack. Fang Yuan snickered. Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet. No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack. Zheng Ling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked. Zheng Ling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Zheng Ling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal GU. But this time, he activated all of his core immortal GU. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Zheng Ling will be crushed into minced meat. Zhu Zhong was shocked. Zheng Ling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Zheng Ling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he match Lord Zheng Ling in a battle of attrition? Zhu Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Zheng Ling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel. All of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhu Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievement. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the feather men and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Zheng Ling choose to resist, while Zhu Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands smashed towards the feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhu Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it, he wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope, persevere. Zheng Ling shouted. Zhu Zhong was stunned, his gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zheng Ling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal GU as the core. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Zheng Ling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment, his attention was focused on the battle. His reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Zheng Ling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. he was crushed into a lump of flesh by the strength path giant hands. Lord Zhengling, Zhu Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhu Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal GU-like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand towards Zhu Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhu Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules, all duels would be invalid. On his side, Zhengling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the strength path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate, that would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhu Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunsheng felt some sympathy and pity. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman GU immortal, Zhu Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat, he shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhu Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the featherman's rank 7 GU immortal died. Zhu Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhu Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman GU immortal Zhengling, but Zhu Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zhengling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhu Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zhengling and Zhu Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal GU, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal GU and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhu Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhu Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the feathermen. As for Tai Bai land spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. he would die on the spot. Indeed. The 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhu Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." "That's good." Zhu Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Zhu Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining feathermen leave." Zhu Zhong sighed. He looked at the feathermen on the ground. His heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the feathermen. The feathermen were in a panic. They were afraid that they would be chosen. "All of you, stay where you are and don't move, let me choose properly." Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The feathermen became even more panicked. They were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. "Yes, this girl is not bad." Fang Yuan pretended to consider. He hooked his finger. A young girl among the feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power. She could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. "No, I don't want to." The young featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. "Let go of my fiancé." A featherman young man shouted. The surrounding feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that featherman young man was only a rank 2 GU master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped. His expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices. He was about to die. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method. His blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhu Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled. The featherman young man's life was saved. Zhu Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. "Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a GU immortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our feathermen as you wish." Fang Yuan shrugged. GU immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. "I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right?" Zhu Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, I will not violate the rules." Zhu Zhong gritted his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. "Then, I will choose you as my next slave, Zhu Zhong." Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhu Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. What? At this moment, Zhu Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A GU immortal was actually going to be a slave. How could this be? Zhu Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. "Did you forget? Zhu Zhong. Our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these feathermen on the ground to be our slaves." Fang Yuan emphasized the words "on the ground." Zhu Zhong was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging. Instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their GU immortal's feet. Zhu Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Zhong's expression was very interesting. He was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly, his legs were also slightly raised. It was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. "From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhu Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late." Zhu Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan. "This is a trap. This is a devious scheme." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. That's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. The two of you can only blame yourselves, you subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a GU immortal's dignity cannot be violated. There are few examples of GU immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground. You did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other feathermen. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed. Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the feathermen down. The feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours. Because of the agreement, they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land. This time, even Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhu Zhong's mouth was wide open. At this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear, and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the feathermen. Zhu Zhong was the only remaining GU immortal among the feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhu Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, "Your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming?" Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhu Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fang Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside him, said pitifully, "Give up, Zhu Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feathermen behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do." Sigh. Tai Bai Yunsheng finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhu Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared, his expression turned solemn. Next, he saw GU immortal Zhu Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. "Everyone." Zhu Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, "I am sorry everyone, in this world, there is only GU immortal Zhu Zhong, only featherman Zhu Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhu Zhong. I am truly ashamed, I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone, goodbye." Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. "Zhu Zhong, why are you doing this? Stop." Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a GU immortal from seeking death? Zhu Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhu Zhong, feathermen. I won't be a slave." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fang Yuan and became a slave of Fang Yuan's side. However, Zhu Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path immortal killer move on his body activated. An intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhu Zhong's body. Zhu Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment, he was flying in the air like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon, his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance, they could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, he showed endless courage and determination. Next, he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First, it was his head. Then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai blessed land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind, they became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. Zhuzhong. Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yunxing to revive Zhuzhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhuzhong was a Gu immortal, reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Bai Yunxing, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land, it could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Dao marks on Zhuzhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai blessed land. Zhuzhong's death made all of the feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new featherman king, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, "I, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These two human Gu immortals are demons, they have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new featherman king. I will go with old ancestor Zhuzhong first, I will go first." As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. "King!" The feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. That's right, in this world, there are no feathermen who are slaves, there are only free feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhuzhong and Yu Fei's actions influenced the feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, Chimpate. Tai Bai Yunxing, quickly make a move, use man as before immortal Gu, we cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunxing, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunxing had a conflicted expression, he said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, "Fang Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these feathermen into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These feathermen are true feathermen, they cannot be humiliated, even sympathy is an insult to them." Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes started to tear up. Damn it! A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these feathermen were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing actually gave in. Fang Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, "This bastard is not worth my consideration." Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. "Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These feathermen are the real feathermen in U003 CU003 See the Legends of Renzu 003 EU003E. Don't hesitate anymore, let them die for freedom." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, "It was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me." Fang Yuan interrupted him, "Don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunxing, I will also support you." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing choked, Tears were about to fall. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "Do you know why these two Featherman Gu immortals fell for it? He. Do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori? You are saying?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned. Fang Yuan sighed, "A wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path Gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now. I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fang Yuan. "Thank you for your trouble. Haha, we are a family. There is no need to thank me." Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feathermen on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fang Yuan's face. The feathermen seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal Gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fang Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human, he was a featherman. "You are a featherman? Your wings were cut off. How sad." Fang Yuan used words to attack him. "He, I cut off this pair of wings myself." The featherman assassin laughed evilly. "Do you know why?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. "Why?" Because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman, I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So, one day, I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the feathermen in the village. Saying this featherman assassin revealed a proud expression, his voice carried a slight smile. "What?" Fang Yuan was shocked. The featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. "You have also seen the legends of Ren Zhu, the feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal feathermen. My identity as a featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom." Fang Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed, "You lunatic. Ha ha ha." The featherman assassin laughed loudly. "Thank you for the compliment." After that, he said, "Actually, you and I are the same type of people." "Who the hell is the same type of people as you?" Fang Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.